Welcome in YouTube to another straight to YouTube video. In today's video we will be playing Final Fantasy XIV patch 2.3 Defenders of Eorzea with Ambellina Initari. Now, you're going to notice Ambellina looks a little different. I fantasied her into a female Hrothgar. Why? Because I already had a Makote. She's still canonically Aerolith's sister, but now they're more like half sisters than full sisters. But everything, like story-wise, everything's still the same for her in her lore, which hasn't even fully been finalized. But don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe down below and let me know what you thought of this video. And that you can catch me live on Twitch at twitch.tv/CalebGames here, where I'm trying to get back to streaming every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, starting between 9 and 10 a.m. Pacific time. But life's a little hard right now with two brand new twins in the family. So I'm trying to at least be able to give YouTube some kind of content. Anyway, let's get on over to the gameplay, which is going to be right here. So see, female Hrothgar. Yep. All right, Minfilia, the Great Divide. I believe this is the patch where we fight Ramuh. Our friends, the very Isle itself, everyone and everything. No, it avails us not to speculate. Urianger will send word if there are any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak of a different matter, one closer to home. It concerns etheric fluctuations which we had previously attributed to good King Mogglmog XII. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well in the Twelveswood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you... Asilia, I do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What manner of problem? A band of refugees, hailing from Uldar this time, are come to Revenant's Toll seeking asylum. It would seem they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present they are in the seventh heaven awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhap this was to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Asilia, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. Jeremy? Just kidding. That was a dumb joke that only people who watch Jeremy Dooley or Cat stream will get. Ambellina, I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go then. Oh, they're all out here, that's right. One more area to go. One more area to go. Draggle-tailed refugee. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. 12 be praised, it is you! We're ready and willing to work, same as the Domans. Just give us a task and we'll see it done. Pray calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know not of your situation. Beg your pardon, antecedent. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off the scraps of Uldar for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the one what got took. They say there's work, but there's not for an honest man. Not as wouldn't sully his soul sooner than his palms any road. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. And it's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us up. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to run, the only question was where. And then it came to me. Revenant's Toll. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? So you'd surely do the same for us. I fear the situation is rather more complicated. While it is true that we accepted the Doman's petition for aid, that decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand that it is not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who have been affected by the calamity. And so it is with great regret that I must deny your request. But we've nowhere else to go! You're turning your back on us! If I might have a word. Tataru, is aught amiss? Ill tidings from Ul'dah, my lady. Alphino has been wounded. What? How? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently, lashing out at any and everyone. That can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Seven hells, now the Blades will have an excuse. They'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Antecedent, please. If you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. My lady, we are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alphino, and quickly. If he is in danger, or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Thank you. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papalimo will see to it. Alphino is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry, Ambellina! And, hurry I shall. So we go to Ul'dah, and we gotta search for Alphino in Ul'dah. Okay. An Hourglass, I think, is the, yeah. Technically, it's the Quicksands, but I guess the Hourglass is probably, like, one of the private rooms, like the inn portion of it. The Quicksands is the bar, and the Hourglass is the, There he is! Alphino! You look fine. He's fine. I was told you were hurt.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence.
Look at that sneaky little Lalafell.
So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the calamity? Plainly, There is none. They have no wealth, no power, and
Booba.
no worth. To the Ul'Dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Uldans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers, while more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest, nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
Alright. We don't need earrings. We'll take the silver pieces. And we'll bring the webcam back. Alfino! As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur, given the rising tensions within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that this particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. Have I piqued your interest? Good. Then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames. I would hear what General Rauban has to say upon the matter. Alright. The Hall of Flames is this way? I'm fairly certain. Let me jump over this. Let me go right here. Because it's going to be near the Eorzea Plaza. Yeah, it's where you will go and talk to the people. Yep, talk to the people. If you were part of this grand company, this person is always laying down right there. Just always passed out. Hello, Rauban. Now is not a good time, Ambellina. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Alfino, back on your feet already. You may credit my swift recovery to your chirurgeons. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation. Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remain throughout Thanalan. We have sent what forces we can spare to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They are damnably elusive. I can well imagine. Given that the majority of refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason that they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that tensions between the Ul'Dan citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Dolmens were turned away. But would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what of those who have not even a single guild to spend, who could not survive without the aid provided by the Immortal Flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against their benefactors. Come to the point. Very well. My point, General, is that this powder keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion, and now order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning anon. The General is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim, without the necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monetarists would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticisms in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Ambellina. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation, independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are. He may balk at a request for such information, but I've no doubt that you can persuade him with your silver tongue. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? We shall. Bada-bun. Alright, Swift. You look as though you have something to say, Ambellina. Do you? What you ask is no simple favor. Were such information to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. Even so, there is wisdom in your words. An able individual may be better suited to this task than a regiment. Very well. The Brass Blades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest you begin by speaking to the Blades posted there. Okay, where is Lost Hope? Alright, not too far from Blackbrush Station, so we'll just teleport there. And we'll see what's up. We'll hop on our little SDS Fenrir. Meow, 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 meow. Leofric and Amalberga. And what brings you here, adventurer? A search for refugees? Well, then you've come to the right place. Ah, you mean those refugees? Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept their situation, and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like the merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. A friend of the Sultanate, are we? I take it this means someone has read my report. The refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return. I am increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions were correct. You haven't the foggiest what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind. Speak with Zazawaka. He will explain everything. What about Blavis here? Despite having no decent soil, we've managed to grow some crops. The wee ones can enjoy a proper meal on occasion. Alright, Zazawaza I think is in here, it looks like. Meow. Zazawaba. Ah! Don't hurt me! I'm not one of them! I beg your pardon, you're not a flame. I see. If Leofric bids you speak to me, then I take it you've agreed to help. 12 be praised for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. The others have fallen under that fanatic's spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution, of holding the ruling class to account and taking that which is owed. Ha! A childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of our idealists has returned, however, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look beyond yonder tent and you will understand why. Even now he babbles incoherently, so traumatized is he by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I might, I can make little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. Yet I've no doubt that merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg of you, find them before he does. Alright, terrified refugee. What are you doing? Don't draw, don't draw, don't draw, don't draw, don't draw! Why didn't you run away with me? We could have escaped together. Then you'd be here with me. Be here to soothe me. Why did you have to stay and leave me alone? All right. Soothe. You try to comfort the terrified refugee. Well, who are you? What do you want? Aye, it's true. I followed the merchant, and may the gods strike me down for my folly. What will they not give, you must take. What they will not give, you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had brought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited, he split us into 2 groups, sent us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but they started arguing and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting, and the flames were shouting to give no quarter, and... Oh gods, the other group! They're still out there! If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was! Alright, terrified refugee. It's gonna be okay. The other refugees are hiding in the caves south of Lost Hope. But to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate and try to kill us than listen to reason. Why, the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. A pox on all bloody sellswords. They were supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent with us vanished during the struggle. Oh, if only we had never listened to that merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, that the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. Though if they were forced to confront reality, that's it. Challenge the twins to combat and show my brethren that their strongest warriors are no match for one woman. Maybe then they will agree to lay down their arms and renounce this plot. If you insist. If you insist. Oh. Boo-ba-doo-doo. Boo-boo-doo-boo. Desperate refugee. 7 hells, they've found us. Everyone grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. So what's your game, is it? Haha, sorry to disappoint you, lass, but we're more than willing to kill you ourselves. Oh, that one, they died. They went down quick. Look at that. How many waves are there? Okay, there's more. Meddlesome wretch! You ain't gonna beat me. I don't think you've even really done much damage to me. Speak with the desperate refugee again. You beat him like it was nothing. Thal Almighty, what are we gonna do now? Oh, now we go back to the terrified refugee again. Okay. If thou insisteth, I will. Ba-da-bum. Cool. You've returned! Did you find my brethren? What of the twins? What happened? I see. But you had no choice. Better than let a handful of them take a beating from you than the lot get butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? Huh, well, where else would he be? Unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others. Okay, we gotta find the shady figure who is trying to stir dissent. The merchant wished to approach the refugees in Stone's Throw, but was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many more must perish in pursuit of this futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him. Convince him to cease his mad quest. It will surely lead us to ruin. You are surely correct. So we go this way. Then we go this way. Then we go this way. Stone's Throw, I think that's the place right outside. Yeah, pretty close to right outside of the, of Ul'dah. Alright, it's like right here. L. What's up, child? Have you seen my parents? They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with the man from Ul'dah. The man said they were going to change everything. Make it so we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. Say, miss, are you looking for someone? I'm looking for someone stirring up trouble. You mean the man who left with my parents? But I don't know where he... I would bet he went right there. Wait, look! Over there! I think that's him! Well now, which of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? You! He's getting away! Go get him, miss! Honestly, if I turned and saw her staring at me like that, I would also probably run. She did kind of look pretty beefy there. Mistrustful merchant. You again? Why are you pursuing me? Sedition? Treason? Revolution? That's preposterous. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees? The selfsame refugees who terrorized the streets of Ul'dah? Ha! You have no evidence to prove your accusations. None! No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. But for the sake of the argument, let us say I did do the things you claim. Surely you don't think I could give a Kigon's ass about politics? It was business. Only business. Oh, that's right. We both know I am not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. Too late. Went straight through, no blood. That's how you know it's a lethal hit. No blood. What's all this commotion? 7 hells! Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. Stone torch. Hold, adventurer. I would know more about your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. While I was questioning him and I was going to have him come to the Hall of Flames with me, this man was responsible for the recent riots. Mayhaps we owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. In any case, it is obvious you are not the one whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigations, Scion. Alright. Back to Ul'dah. so we can speak with Swift. Ba-na-na-na. What news, Ambellina? Where is the merchant? Murdered? Damn it all to the seventh hell. He was not simply murdered, Ambellina, he was silenced. Too many knew his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realize. Interesting. Very interesting. Revolution. The Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you returned. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries as well as the results of our own investigation. Master Alfino has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. You mean the jerk who every time we go there he's like, "Hey, I can't let you through. It's by appointment only." Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Da da ba da. Boo boo ba doo doo ba doo doo ba doo doo do 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 do. All right, Alfino, what do you have to say? Excellent work, Ambellina. The information you brought us helped me persuade General Rawbon to call this meeting. Mayhap now we can discuss matters openly and honestly. We have been expecting you, madam. Please proceed inside. Hopefully this one will be, voice acted? Maybe?
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room.
Deal.
The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination.
Ooh.
Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
This sounds very much like current world events, actually.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Taleji Adeleji.
How dare he?
Taleji Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield.
Yeah, for front lines.
The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
Not surprising, honestly.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domins was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
I forgot we heard about Omega all the way back in Post A Realm Reborn.
An Alagon monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Alagon inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon, one which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut?
Yup. Omega's a fun fight, though. Speaking of which, he's in Monster Hunter Wilds now.
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
Bum bum bum. Where's my webcam? There's my webcam. Okay. Alphino, stories we tell. Straight into another voice act scene. Yeah. No. I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intended to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, you are already well positioned to do so, Sergeant Initari. Pray keep us informed of any developments in Cartano. Begone, whelp! This is no place for children! You don't have to be so mean about it, jerk. I'm sorry. It's the same girl from before. I was looking for you, miss. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. You know this girl. Yeah, I met her outside, actually. She was the one that pointed out the guy that I chased down. So he visited Stone's Throw as well. I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I am afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'll help me look, mister? Of course. But first I must needs finish speaking with my friend. She's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me by that pillar over there. We require but a moment. Okay, mister. I'll be waiting. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap Mamodi will know what to do. A legion of Garleans, an ether-starved primal. Even dealing with an Ascian would be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I hear Menphilia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Ambellina, this is Menphilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation in the Twelveswood has taken a turn for the worse. I will explain in detail once you arrive. The Twelveswood? Then the primal threat she spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no reports of Ixali activity, which leaves... the Sylphs? Go, Ambellina. You know as well as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I am grateful for her concern, she needn't fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Okay, we just gotta teleport back to Mordona. Do what you want to do. Doesn't look like anyone here has changed positions. Serpent Herald, I am come on behalf of the other Seed Seer to petition the aid of your order. The antecedent has been apprised of the situation. It is a relief to see you healthy and hale, Ambellina. The latest news from Uldar was most disturbing. Clearly, the only injury Alphino suffered was to his ego. Doubtless it will heal ere long. The other Scions will need to be present for this meeting. If you are ready to begin, I will summon them now. You say the same thing still? Yes. Lord of Levin. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business, then. I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the Primal Ramuh. I'm sorry, may have? Then it is not certain. The Elder Seed Seer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphlings, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but that fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Ramuh is reputed to act only in the defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs or their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the Touched Ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, 'twould surely not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon. You foresaw this eventuality and did not to prevent it. I told Papalimo. I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. They already summoned Ramuh once right after the calamity, but that was because the Garleans came tramping through the forest. And so long as Castrum Orient stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Uldar drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. 'Tis like that the Sylphs perceived this panicked migration as yet another invasion, and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for a primal's coming. Indeed! One cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Ambellina, through your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. Oh, I thought that was Ida that was talking. I wonder, might one who has treated with the sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Ramuh can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summonings. A fond hope. Were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the Beastman since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can. Let us continue this discussion anon. We must first needs consult with the nation most affected by Ramuh's presence. The Elder Seed Seer has requested your personal involvement, Ambellina. Pray report to Commander Hilu at the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able. Steel yourself for the worst, while I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter. Experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Leven will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. Bom 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 bom. Do-da. Do-da bop. The Elder Seed Seer has asked for you by name. Pray report to Commander Huilo at the Adder's Nest in Gridania. Ooh. Jump, 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 jump. Sergeant Initari, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever cause for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know of none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seed Seer, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic, rather than martial skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way to Nafka's altar. The conjurer in attendance will admit you to the lotus stand. And you won't even notice, Yuzu, because it's just going to be a quick break, but I'm going to pause the recording for a moment. Okay. The other scions have already arrived, madam. May I show you in? Yes, you may. Please do. What do we got? Papalimo, Thancred, Ida, Y'shtola, Sylphic Servant. Let's start with Papalimo. It is said that once Ramuh passes judgment, his wrath is implacable. 'Twould be best to conclude this discussion ere Gridania and its people are placed upon his scales. Whatever the Elder Seed Seer is planning, I want you to know that I'll be right there by your side. I'm sure Y'shtola won't be far behind, even if she does think everything's mankind's fault. Well, she's not wrong, Ida. I see the Sylphs have sent their own representative. There can be no doubt, then. I am most curious to hear how the other Seed Seer means to treat with Lord Ramuh. Oh, hello, Walking One. It is good to see a friend of Elder One.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramuh is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace.
Solace, not Solus, huh?
Our guest informs us that the Sylphs, too, have sensed the presence of the Lord of Leven. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramuh is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelves Wood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The Twelves Wood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks.
You're welcome.
Pray make for little solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin.
Okay.
An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelves Wood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Woo! Alright, let's bring back our webcam. Where is my mouse? There it is. Sometimes the hard part is like I have the mouse, but I have dual monitors and then a third one, which is my laptop where I game from. And sometimes finding the mouse and which monitor it's on, it's a thing. All right, to the East Shroud. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-dun-dun-dun. Da-da-dun-dun-dun. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's Metal Gear for you. Sergeant Initari, I was told to expect you. I understand you go to treat with the primal Ramuh himself. An unenviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I have been told that your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak, that we might ascertain the location where the Lord of Levin might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. Alright. Levin, an impression. Ho ho! I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finish their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. Wee-wee. This one returns and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching and have wisely identified the precise location where the Touched One summoned Lord Ramuh. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good woman to her fellow Scions? It would be this one's pleasure, walking one. Please, please come with this one. Boom, bum, boom, bum, la, 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 la. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just making noises now. Okay. This is like as far as this one will take us, I think. Wise ones have ventured deep, deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. Okay. I mean, ultimately our goal is to get to this crystal. God, can you imagine having to walk all this, like, and not have flying here? It'd be horrible. This one is most sorry, but this one can go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ramuh, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touched ones. And so this one must say farewell, farewell for now. Walking one will find wise ones not far from here, to the south. Go in safety, walking one. So, Thancred is Thancred, Papalymo is Papalymo, Y'shtola is Y'shtola, and you are you, right? Well, that's easy enough to remember. This one's name is Ida, in case walking one was wondering. It's a joke! I'm joking! Aw, there you are. It is you, isn't it? Don't ask. Suffice it to say that we had something of a situation here. So it's actually you. I am relieved. For a moment I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded sylph tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Y'shtola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. That's quite enough, Papalymo. My apologies, it's not like me to ramble so. At any rate, as I was saying, I have finished measuring etheric activity in the area. And I am pleased to say I have reached an indisputable conclusion. To wit, that Ramuh was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's Aetheryte. Come, Ambellina, the Lord of Levin awaits. Nice try. Do 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 do. Oh, I can fly here and just enter the area for the cutscene. I believe it's voice acted, but one cannot say for sure.
Thine order betrays thee, servant of hiding.
Look at that magnificent beard.
Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramuh, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man.
Valid.
Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Gridanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man.
Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much, not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking? Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon thy wayward charges, that they should entrust so precious a gift to thee.
That's right.
Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment. Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
All right.
Eorzea, it is rare indeed to find you so far from at home.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramuh, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
All right, fair enough. The Striking Tree, available now. Let's get out of here before the violets screech. Let's pop into the queue. And on the off chance this queue takes a while, let's go to Mordona and maybe try and pick up World of Darkness quest. Excuse that yawn. Ugh. Okay. All right, Rambros. World of Darkness. Because we have to finish the Crystal Tower quests in order to be able to finish A Realm Reborn's post-game. So. Ah, Ambellina, it is good you are come. I have news you must be made aware of. Alas, none of it bodes well for us, nor for Unidoga and Nero imprisoned in the Dark Realm. Think back upon our last foray into Circus Tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from its long slumber and awoke Emperor Zandi. But you, Ambellina, you ensured he was laid to rest permanently. Yet the Emperor had sealed a binding covenant with the terrible void sent known as the Cloud of Dark. It doesn't matter. We're going into the striking tree. So all of this is going to be reread after we finish the main stuff. The striking tree, hard. Boom. There he be. Maybe. There he be. Wow, look at that, like no damage. Our scholar was on top of it. Boom! GG, y'all. GG. And it just dissolves into little ether and disperses to the wind. Double player commendation, I'll take it.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, the truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Asians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Woo! Is that where we're heading back to now? The Rising Stones? No. We're heading back to a Little Solace. Bum 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 bum. Ba dum ba dum ba dum. Ba dum ba dum ba dum. Do 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 do. Here we go. Serpent Lieutenant. Every time I fly to him, apparently I do the Metal Gear theme song. Sergeant Initari, you have returned. Dare I ask how Ramu received your visit? Well, he's gone. We'll just leave it at that. He challenged you to a test of arms. It is well, then, that you have some experience in such matters. The peoples of both Gridania and Little Solace will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you as the forest's champion of peace. You performed a monumental duty this day, Sergeant Initari. The Elder Seedseer must be informed of your deeds at once. The Elder Seedseer will wish to hear of your experiences firsthand. Pray return to Gridania and make directly for the Lotus Stand. The Conjurer at Nafaka's altar will be expecting you. Fare you well, Sergeant Initari. Okay, I'll return. We can just go like this. To the Conjurer's Guild? Silent Conjurer. Welcome back, honored Scion. We who knew of your mission have been most anxious to see your return. The Elder Seedseer awaits you. Twould seem that Ida's appraisal of the situation held some merit after all. Mayhap I should not be so swift to discount her intuition. You should have seen Maxio when we got back to Little Solace. Grateful is an understatement. I thought he was going to shake Papalima's hand off. Ah, the hero of the hour! Let us not keep the Elder Seedseer waiting. I fancy my presence was more help than hindrance during our troubles with Leviathan. But this time around, well, even I have my off days.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell?
Well, he put me to a test and I came out on top.
Ramuh made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one, yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramuh has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
All right. Ida! You should have... Oh, same thing. Same thing. Same thing. Okay. Thus ends another daunting mission, eh, Ambellina? I'd hoped Lord Ramuh could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness with which you responded to the Primal's sudden challenge. And it seems that Urianger too was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Ambellina? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? We shall. And then I think we're getting ready to go into the little arc where little Alfino creates his Crystal Braves. Oh, buddy. Only you knew what this would do. What events this would set into motion. If only you knew. Ooh, people are in different spots. We gotta talk to everyone now. Flamine! Duty calls? Well, no matter the task, I have faith you will see it through to the end. Take care, Ambellina. I look forward to hearing all about your adventures when you return. Is he looking at this photo? Cool. The children are quick to take it to Eorzean ways, but I cannot claim the same flexibility. Hey, Missy Ambellina, what's a Ramuh? Is it cute and fluffy like a horse bird? Well, I mean, it's got a cute and fluffy beard. I tried substituting native ingredients several times, but the result was but a pale imitation of authentic Doman cuisine. Mayhap one day we shall accompany you into the field, but for now we must see to less glamorous duties. Speaking with Master Coultonay has opened my eyes to a great many things. I had no idea the world outside Doma was so strange and wonderful. Miss Ambellina, is it true you're going to go adventuring again? I'm so jealous. Worried about leaving us alone? Don't be. While the Archons are away, Hoary Boulder will keep the little ones safe. Enter the Solar. Straight into the cutscene? Nope, just took a second to load. Welcome back, Ambellina. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramuh precedes you. I would fain share news of my own, but Urianger's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together. Bum 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 bum. Voice acting? Please?
If everyone is ready,
Let's
let us
go.
begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior. Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm.
I love these like slideshow type cutscenes so much.
In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the...
Oh, that was my bad.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, The essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin Elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth the distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Asians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin is...
Dang it!
If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Asians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
I love how she just plucks that out, like, because obviously the cutscene doesn't look like this when they're all talking.
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady.
My lady.
Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Asian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Seems like the end of a cutscene. Nope, I was wrong. Oh, here they are. The Lord of Levin. Oh wait, this is Igayorn. The Lord of Levin is returned to the ether, as was Leviathan before him. Ramuh's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Whorl, and Levin. All have now been humbled by the bringer of light. The limitless potential of man, Heidel's servant, grows mightier by the day. Yet she prospers at great cost to her mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wane. Yet even as it innovates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Zodiac. Bum ba da 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 da. All right. Now the matter of Ramuh has, for the present, been put to rest. There is something I would show you, Ambellina. It is a letter of thanks, signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. It mentions in particular the names of all of the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, King Mogulmog XII, Leviathan, and now Ramuh. Needless to say, there is only one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, Ambellina, and Eorzea is that much the safer for your presence. Pray do not misunderstand. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own. And that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace. We owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the sylphs of Little Solace who wish not of conflict, of Alize who strives to unearth the terrible secrets of the calamity. And then there is Sid and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Allig, that we might be spared the horror of another Ultima weapon. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Asians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Alphino, I take it the troubles in Ul'dah no longer require your attention? There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report such that I stand before you now. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. Ah, I have a message for you from Elle. You recall the refugee girl. The one whose parents were missing. They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Why, Alphino, am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Ambellina, you have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest that you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozon was his name. I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? Bom ba dom bom. What does Alphino have to say? After we parted in Ul'dah, I paid a visit to the refugees. Though a fundamental solution remains far off, I believe that at the very least there should be no armed uprisings in the near future. I am given to understand that you resolved the matter of Ramuh. I will ask Menphelia for a full report when next we speak. You have done well, Ambellina. I realize that you must be quite tired from your travails, but I would most appreciate it if you could find a moment to speak to young Hosen. He has been through much in his own right, I am sure. Alright. Alright, they've all moved around again. Papalimo. With the Doman younglings dashing around hither and yon, there's hardly a moment of peace to be had. That said, traveling with Ida, it's not as if I knew much peace to begin with. The storm has passed and a moment's quietude is ours. Tataro is using her newfound time to further her studies, and I would follow her example. If living in Eorzea has taught us anything at all, it's that such restful moments are fleeting. Dark clouds ever stir anew on the horizon. I do not know where we would be without Higiri. The girl has worked tirelessly for us every day since her arrival. Do you suppose all Doman women are so diligent? I told Flamine all about our adventures in the Sylphlands, fake Thancred and all. You won't tell the real Thancred, will you? I wish I knew what they were. Yozon's always been the strongest of us, but even he's no match for Koharu when she's mad. If I were as big as a mountain and strong as a bear like Mr. Boulder is, maybe I would feel like fighting more. Are you taking a rest too? Promise you'll play with us again soon. That game of hide and seek in Vesper Bay was the most fun I've had in forever. Despite all the hardships they have faced, the younglings pursue their training with great zeal. The older ones would do well to follow their example. Ah, Ambellina, care to watch the lessons before your journey on your way? I dare say your presence would go far to inspire the younglings. Repetition and routine begets skill, skill begets confidence. I would do what I can to see the Domans regain their strength of will. Many of my countrymen have found work as frontier hands, helping to transport supplies and continue the expansion of Revenant's Toll. Thancred, you are not trying to hit on her, right? Never is a woman more lovely than when she's hard at work, I say. A wild rose, strong and beautiful, blooming tall in the face of the frozen winds. 137, 138, 130... Oh, hello there. I've been charged with keeping inventory. Flamine tells me it's a vitally important... Oh dear, I seem to have lost count. Leave her be, Thancred. Look, it's Miss Ambellina! She's back from her adventures! We heard you were off fighting primals, and that they're some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too. So we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Oh, do you think you could train us today, Miss Ambellina? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals. What's all this commotion then? Mr. Boulder and Mr. Coltonet, did you know that Miss Ambellina is back? So it would seem. Welcome home, Ambellina. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Scions, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hoary Boulder, and this bookish fellow is Coltonet. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the art of combat. Ugh, I told you, Mr. Boulder, we are not younglings anymore. We are adventurers. We were just asking Miss Ambellina if she could give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside her, don't you? You've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter-proposal. What if I were to cross swords with Ambellina? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Hoary, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, mayhaps I am. But what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What say you, Ambellina? Would you consent to spar with me? Absolutely. Hurrah! We're to have a tournament! Come on, everybody, we must prepare our gear for an outing. Do try to not disappoint them, huh? Have faith, Coltonet. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. All right. Is sparring dangerous? I don't think I want to see anyone else being hurt. We had a master of lessons back in Doma, and the way he taught us was very different from Mr. Boulder. I'm not sure which way is better, but I think I like them both. Since becoming a scion, I have had much opportunity to hear news of your epic deeds. I must confess, then, that my excitement rivals that of the children's at the prospect of seeing you in action firsthand. As we left the Rising Stones, Mr. Thancred asked us where we were going. I told him we were off to watch you and Mr. Boulder fight, and he looked very surprised. I hope we haven't made him cross. Miss Ambellina is here. Let the battle begin. 'Twas good of you to agree to this, Ambellina. I trust you are ready to begin. Absolutely. And I trust you are ready to lose. Very well. Let us not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Hoary, are you certain you wish to fight her alone? That is Ambellina you face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero's legend that led me to join the Scions to begin with. Without Ambellina to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello, you haven't begun yet, have you? Ida? What? Who are all these people? When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there are still more to come. When I mentioned Ambellina's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why, my own popularity seems but a sickly shade in comparison. You'd best claim victory, Bringer of Light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder. We shall see soon. On your guard! Well, let's zoom out. Day and night I've honed my skills. Now comes the time to test them. Oh, such power. The tails barely do you justice. Mr. Boulder won't lose, will he? It's not over yet. It can't be. Aye, the children have the right of it. 'Tis time I joined the fray. On your feet, Hori. I must admit defeat. 'Twas an honor and a privilege. Oh no, he looks hurt! Miss Ambellina is so strong, but you can't give up, Mr. Boulder. Can't disappoint me, younglings. Ah! Never have I faced such strength, but the lesson must continue. 'Tis your example I follow. Surrender not to the implacable foe. Duty complete. Easy enough. You have bested me. I yield. That was incredible! She beat them both at the same time! We knew you couldn't lose, Ambellina. None can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Now I see why they send you to deal with the primals. I've much work to do if I'm ever to attempt the same. Yeah. She good. Impressive as always, Ambellina. 'Tis ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on so many of these faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is a most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? It was at the memorial service for the Battle of Cartano. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why Grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expended towards the solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius in the order he proposed to enforce. The Legatus' single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue Grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsires sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any singular nation. It was the people, these wonderful, often infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow, only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe Grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish. A wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. I, too, will endeavor to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea, and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the scions of the Seventh Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians is a new, expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue this discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. He's about to become Big Boss! And develop a nation without borders. Maybe it was an army without... I don't remember how exactly Big Boss put it. But... well, the thing, it wasn't really Big Boss's plan either at that point. It was Cause's. It was Miller's. And they've all moved around again. Our dome and farming methods have been adopted here on the frontier. It is too early yet to know if they will prove to be effective. I wish Ida were not so eager to look to the future when we have so many problems in the here and now. I can't wait for Alfino to start his new company. I love making new friends. I fear Ida's boundless optimism is beginning to affect my better judgment, and your tendency to triumph against the most terrible of foes is certainly not helping matters. Your bout with Howie Boulder was more stirring than 100 lines of my most passionate poetry. Mayhaps I should arrange a sparring match of my own. No, this won't do at all, and then I'll have to... Oh, hello, Ambellina. If you don't mind, I'm terribly busy at the moment. You're not chucking knives, are you? No. Okay. It is not enough that I am here for my daughter. I must do what little I can to help you all succeed in your monumental tasks. This place has become a hive, and its bees flit about in constant motion. Perhaps a soothing pot of tea will coax one or two to alight and take a moment's rest. My people's spirits were thoroughly crushed by the loss of our homeland. But, thanks to your courage and generosity, I see their inner flames once more flicker back to life. I too have felt my strength of will make a gradual return. I thought the idea foolish at first, but it seems that sparring match well served its purpose. Why, I can hardly wait to return to my studies and seek to improve upon my technique. Ambellina, I must thank you again for agreeing to our bout. I must thank the gods 'twas not a duel to the death. I will, however, cherish the lesson of each scrape and bruise as I work to better my swordplay. I like the way Mr. Coltonet fought. No swords or fists. I wonder if he studied hard too. I wonder if I studied hard too, would I be able to cast spells like that? We need to decide who in our Adventurers Guild will do what. I'm fairly sure Yozen will be the sword fighter. He always has to be in the thick of action. Mr. Boulder is sore and beaten, but he said he'd return straight to his training. I don't think he likes to lose. Mr. Boulder fought well, but he was no match for you, Miss Ambellina. Just you wait. One day I'll be good enough to knock you from the top of your mountain. I hope so, buddy. I hope so. Jump and spin. With the primal threat presently subdued, Now is the perfect time to focus on new endeavors. Alfino has long been laying the groundwork for this organization of his, and he looks to you to help turn his proposal into reality. Pray lend him what aid you can. Thank you for coming, Ambellina. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. Let's grab the savage money. Recruiting the realm. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would speak first of the grand plan. Since the advent of the 7th Astral Era, the leaders of the 3 nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the disparate forces of Eorzea together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. Thus have I been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation accorded to the Scions. 'Tis my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. But as you yourself have witnessed with the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. With this new company under the Scions' command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goals of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with establishing the precursor to the true border-spanning grand company, 'tis yet necessary that I visit the 3 leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. Alright, thank you. 'Tis reassuring indeed to know that the bringer of light and her discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limsa Lomensa. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. Alright, to Limsa. Did your words change? Nope. Teleport. Limsa Lomensa. Bulwark Hall is this way. Jump, spin. Jump, spin. Ah! I can't help it, sometimes you just gotta spin in circles. Ah, there you are. I am ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with Admiral Blofuswin. While the Admiral and I are finalizing promissory boundaries and signing parchments, I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for potential members, 'tis of no matter should they already be pledged to another institution, only that they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it. And you needn't range it into the countryside. The upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to suit our purpose. Once you are satisfied with your recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter that we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. Alphino, we shouldn't have to use airships if you would just attune to the ether rights, buddy. Sprint! Carvalon, an organization with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity. I must say your proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens will know that there is a time to act. Well know that there is a time to act and a time to watch. I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. Sounds about right. Why would we think he'd want to help us? Rainer! Master Alfinu's organization. Yes, I had heard the formation of his trial company was in the offing. 'Tis with regret, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Limsa Lominsa must needs receive my full attention. Valid. Fair. Can't argue that. Ba-na-na-na-na. Bow, meow, 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 meow. Bow, bow, now, now. Now let's go talk to the leader of the Sirens, Melkoko. Crosswind. Who in the bloody hells do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some sword and knight in shining plate. If you're looking for a self-righteous fop, try knocking on that dandy Carvalane's door. Alphino, it's not going well. Things are not looking promising, buddy. Ananza. A precursor to a united Eorzean Grand Company, While I do admire the scope of your ambition, my responsibilities here at Naldik and Vimelis keep me close to the forge. I have not the time to be traipsing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills as an armorer, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. Well, if they need an armorer, I can do it. You trained me. It's a long run over here to the ship, the anchor yard. Why has it got to be so far, and why can't there be an ether right here? Like, just a little Ethernet shard would be great. Ryle! Well, if it ain't Ambellina, I'd not forget adventurer brave enough or daft enough to seek the shortcut into Titan's bedchamber. You remember old Ryle, don't you? I do, actually. Formerly of the Company of Heroes, 3 whistles at Bronze Lake. Aye, it ain't often I drag me off out to Limsa for a drink, but I'm right glad I did. How fare you these days? You're looking to put together a new crew? Top tier work? Huh, sounds like a right lark. It does. Alrighty, lass, count me in. The heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into me grave just yet. Now we gotta go to the airship landing. Actually, you know what? I think it's gonna be quicker to just teleport back to the lower deck. And then I think we can go directly from here to the airship. Yep. Hopefully we're going to Uldon next. Ambellina, your recruiting went well, I trust. I'm curious as to how my proposal was received by the rough and ready folk of Limsa. Ah, a member of the legendary Company of Heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. Few could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring her approval. I can only hope that my visit with the Elder Seed Seer proceeds as smoothly. Pray continue on to Gridania at your own pace. I shall await your arrival at Nafika's altar. Okay. Boom, 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 chicka, boom, 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 chicka. The Conjurer's Guild. There he be. My audience with the Elder Seedseer is due to commence momentarily. I would be grateful if you would once more see to the task of recruitment here in Gradonia. After you deem the well of potential candidates has run dry, let us rendezvous at the airship ticket counter as before. 4 people here. Let's start at Miketos. Laurentius. Ah, the guy who was working for a Garlean. Oh gods, can it truly be you? But what fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my release be yours? Eh? Could it be that you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentius, the man whose crimes you exposed. I was a whaler and a regular patron at Buscaroons. Yeah, now I remember. Well, of course you do! I was beginning to wonder if jail had changed me more than I realized. Not that I had any particular wish to be recognized after my shameful conduct. Huh. The less said of my past, the better, I suppose. And what of you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gradonia? Recruiting, eh? What is your policy on reformed convicts? As matters stand, the Wood Whalers have not more to do with me. This may just be the second chance I was looking for. Revenant's toll, you say? I shall leave at once. You shall not regret this, I promise you. I am a changed man. I don't know about him. I don't know. Sign Guild. Huh, 'tis not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited. And this company of yours certainly sounds to have some promise, but its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such time as your organization is more organized. It's fine, we didn't want someone like you anyway. Jerk. Oopsie. We just wasted a high potion of mind. Why would we thank the old man? You would offer this old man a place in your company of champions. I am both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young mistress, but I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me and bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land. And I think the next ones we talk to are, well, I don't remember her name, but she's like her and the old man. Wandering Moogle, let's grab our Fantasia from him. Alianne and Isildur. My back is perfectly fine, I tell you. You'll have to tie me to my bed if you think to prevent me from... Oh, well, mayhap I will rest for just a short while. Alianne. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest ere your tormented back gives up on you for good. I'm terribly sorry, we were just... Oh, Ambellina, isn't it? It has been some time since our paths crossed outside of Copperbell Mines. Why, you were barely more than a novice adventurer then. Look how far you've come. Mother Mayune tells me 'twas you who felled the fearsome Black Wolf. And now you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order. Huh. Well, your cause is undoubtedly just, and my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. This is the very thing I've spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Isildur safely home. Alright, and now... we need to... do the thing, yep. Do the thing. Go to the airship landing. That's the thing. I legit, was struggling there for a second. And then it's off to Uldar. What news, Ambellina? For my part, the other seeds here was most amenable to our requirements. A former woodweller and a seasoned adventurer. Our company will not lack for variety, that much is certain. An interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Uldar whilst the iron is hot? Let us meet at the Royal Promenade and endeavour to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Chamber of Rule. That's the quickest way to get to the Royal Promenade. Uldar, the gilded city, where one's fortune defines one's worth. I hope some manner of fortune is with us, and that this final leg proves as successful as the previous two. Might I suggest ascending to the lower level before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think the Sultana will take kindly to us poaching from her personal guard. Let us meet back here at the promenade when our respective tasks are complete. Good luck hunting, Ambellina. So we got one this way. Wilrid. Wait, you're the lady who came to Little Alamigo looking for that masked devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't. I'd probably be dead and a whole lot of more of my friends besides. We were such fools. Any road, that disaster really got me to thinking. About our homeland, and about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. I realized how easily I'd been manipulated and vowed to make of myself a more worldly man. So here I am. A new company of champions, and you say it will take me to all corners of the realm. It sounds exactly like the opportunity I need. Don't worry, I'm not the same stripling you met in Little Alamigo. I've prepared myself to fight the evil I now know is out there. Now know. I'm making fun of the way I said it because that was a struggle. Well, let's go to the Miners Guild. We'll see who be this way. Orson. You are from the church, right? Oh, what a happy coincidence. Do you remember me, perchance? I am Orson of the Church of Saint Adama Landama. Thank you again for your timely rescue, and I must also thank you for preventing that fraudulent priest from preying on Drybone's less fortunate. A most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion? Thancred, wasn't it? Ah, 'tis new companions you seek. Your proposed organization sounds a powerful force for good, but my place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well in this undertaking. To the Weavers Guild, where I guess we're gonna try and poach the Moon Lady? Yellow Moon? Crescent Moon? Yellow Moon. I'm sorry, you wish to recruit me? Is this some new-fashioned manner of propositioning a lady? Well, I'm afraid you are wasting your time. This lady is already spoken for. Good day to you, miss. Alright. Jump, and jump, and jump. This is the closer one. Oh, Syndicate's not gonna help us. Company that looks to cure the ills of the realm entire. Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next stall over, let alone the conundrums of a neighboring nation. Yeah, not surprised, buddy. Landibert. You'd be surprised what rumors drift down to Pearl Lane. I know of this glorious new company of yours and just how far I'd go to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers on the streets say your organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for a just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. Turns out he's kinda right. Unfortunately. But all of that will be revealed in about 2.5 patches. How fared you, Ambellina? What hidden gems did the streets of Uldar offer up to your unrelenting gaze? A single Alamegan youth. Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. In these troubled years following the calamity, talk of Eorzea's salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. There are those who have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories you yourself have won. Thank you, Ambellina. I will not squander the precious gifts you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubt surmised, the Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessings. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the documents signed and the finances secure. There is naught to prevent me from taking the next step. You were concerned by the Syndicate's involvement, as was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely upon outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And as for the rumors and doubts surrounding this enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has had a chance to prove its worth. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of time, we should waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for a united Eorzea. Ooh, what is this cutscene? There she be! I think this one's voice acted. My lady.
Tell me, General, what think you of Alfino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Uldar is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
Valid concern, honestly.
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'Dan law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing?
Unfortunately, seems so.
Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
I love Nanamo's character so much.
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
Alright. Now we have to go speak with Alphino at the Rising Stones. Let's hope not everyone has moved again. No, it seems like everyone is in the same spots. Okay. Well, hold on. Did any new people arrive? No. They will probably show up, I bet, after this cutscene, if they're going to show up at all right now. But the prime... Oh, same thing. It is not a journey I soon wish to repeat, but I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of all our effort is at hand. I must see to the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your services, Ambellina. I am certain the antecedent will be relieved to see you free for other duties. Grandfather formed the Circle of Knowing in the hopes that, through the accumulation of knowledge, Eorzea might be saved from disaster foretold. A band of champions brought together by a common goal to lead our realm to a better tomorrow. Though our means may differ, I would like to believe I do him proud in undertaking this new endeavor. Greetings, Ambellina. Alphino tells me all is in place to begin his trial company. The scions shall be the scions shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. Tataru is cooperating with Alphino to see that all is in readiness, so I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived in Revenant's Toll of late, and I wonder if Slaffborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him and see if there is aught that he requires? No one new, everyone is in the same spots that they were. Perfect. Perfect. What can I do for you, Ambellina? I thought you'd have your hands full helping out with this new arm of the Scions. Ha! I barely noticed your recruits arrive. was barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. While I appreciate your offer of aid, 'tis more your burden that concerns me. I'm told this trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Slaffborn, the shipment, we couldn't... Godswoman, what befell? We were bringing a shipment to Revenant's Toll, provisions earmarked for the frontier effort. But just as we sought to cross over into Mordona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. There were many. Too many. We only escaped with our lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. There is naught to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. What to do? If heretics are involved, then this is like to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did these supplies originate? House Fortomps. We collected the provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are apprised of this development. Ambellina, are you not on good terms with the Knights of House Fortomps? I'll be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Thank you for your understanding. I am certain Lord Horsefont will be glad of your assistance. And it's down here we go. Horsefont, my friend. Well, if it isn't my fine friend Ambellina Initari. Would you care for a plate of roast caracal, some mulled wine? No? I see you've not come into my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was in fact on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence.
The incident with the new frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthus soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait? Halone's blessings be upon you! Though I take no pride in the admission,
Many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
I've been muted for I don't know how long. On the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say? By the Fury, but you do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. I must confess then, 'tis a sad truth that the wilds hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly, without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able of trackers. But 'tis not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I know not what matter of influence this ice heart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost to the grips of righteous fervor. 'Tis an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Perhaps you would care to question one of the recent victims. As fate would have it, your arrival comes moments after a trader was waylaid on the road. A patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. Hey, how far are we away from the roof? Not that far, I think. Because I think it's just going to be quicker to do that. And then deep dive! Wait, he's in the infirmary. Doodle-doodle-doodle-doo. Doodle-doodle-doodle-doo. Mistreated merchant. Tell you what happened? Why, yes, of course! I'm quite recovered enough for that. Anything to catch those cowardly black hearts. I was traveling my usual route to White Brim Front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. Next thing I knew, I was on the ground, and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals. They were taking everything. 'Twas then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze, and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that is where they were hauling my goods. But you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me 'twas a miracle I survived it all. And I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Search the wilds of Snowcloak and defeat any heretics I may find. Alright. Surrender the crystals! Your end is come. We stunned each other. I saw someone disappear over here. Whoever could it have been? Another adventurer, probably. House during their night. Gah! Draw your weapons, Foul! Wait, I recognize you, adventurer. You are come seeking heretics, and we share a common purpose. We were on patrol when we chanced across one of their raiding parties, and pursued them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in this ravine, yet they are gone, vanished like icy wraiths. It's Yazael! Lady Iceheart! Pretty sure that was voice acted. I saw her for but a moment. It was but a moment. You glimpsed a woman atop the cliff. Could it be Iceheart herself come to sneer at our folly? Into where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall. Some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. 'Twould be best were we to return to Whitebrim Front and lay our suspicions before Lord Dreamont. Alright. So much back and forth. It's quite crazy, actually. Do da do da do 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 do. We're gonna go in the top of the tower because that seems to be the quickest way to get to Lord Dreamont. Do 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 do. Ambellina, it appears I owe you my thanks once again. The surviving knights spared no detail in their report. The men you found near Snowcloak were some of my finest. That they should be bested so handedly, I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. It would be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what may well be the very lair of our enemy. Pray return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Horsefant of your discoveries. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and her fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. Nope, this way. I know how to get. Oh wait, I can just teleport to Dragonhead. It's 100 gil. I have 788,000. I think I can spare 100. Is it going to be voice acted again?
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart? Indeed, and this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. that she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority. And no
small measure of
I would
charisma.
like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
To Revenant's Toll! Ambellina! 'Tis good to see you return to the Toll. How fared you in the frozen wastes of Kurthus? House Fourtops is to send a second shipment. I must send thanks to Lord Horshaphon for his continued generosity. Yet even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract ever greater numbers of those who would do us harm in the name of greed and power. All of us, Alfino's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. Apparently can't wear the headgear. Ambellina, it is good to see you return to the— oh, wait, I didn't select a thing. While you were away in Kurthus, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed. Although, Tataru does yet seem somewhat flustered. I've taken enough of your time. Why don't you head into the Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could use a hand? Doo-doo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo-ba-doo-doo. So no one's moved. No one new has arrived. Speak to Tataru. These parchments need to be sorted in these documents. Why are they even here? Oh, I am sorely tempted to file the lot in my waste paper basket. Ah, Ambellina, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand? Splendid. Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're scattered about Revenant's Toll and I haven't the time to track them all down. The recruits know to don their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You'll want to report directly back to Alfino if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Scions will ever have matching uniforms. Well-funded organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. We got 8 recruits? I didn't realize we had gotten that many. We gotta be like right outside, right? Yeah, Yu Hase. Those who believe this company will see no riches are short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself 'tis an investment in the future. Thus did I sign my name to the cause. These uniforms were a splendid idea. Once our organization has made a name for itself, there shall be a wealth of plenty in selling replica costumes to the adoring masses. Laurentius. Thought it best to mimic my fellows here, but I admit that I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Ah, our new uniforms. I am reminded of my induction into the Wood Whalers. So this must be how you would normally have gotten up there. Because flying wasn't added for a very long time to older areas like this. Isildur has at last retired from the adventurer's life. Though I shall miss his wisdom and irrepressible spirit, I am excited to forge my own path forward. Ah yes, the uniform. Thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. Right-o. Hello there, lass. Looking for me, was ya? I'd suggest giving a whistle, but I'm not sure as I'd hear it amongst all the bustle. Oh, proper uniforms and all. Says this thing will cut off the blood to me head. Not to worry though, I'm sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. Argamus. This scarlet garb marks me as a proud member of the Maelstrom and a hardy defender of Limsa Lominsa. Yet in truth, I stand for the betterment of the realm. I thought this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Oh, now that's a striking shade of blue. Put alongside my Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe will certainly not lack for color. It's him! You. I don't believe we've met. I'm Ilbert, and I will have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Much did I lose to the calamity, and I look forward to aiding others in rebuilding their lives. Sloppy! I didn't even read what his last thing was. I have got to stop doing that. Little Adamago can learn much from a Revenant's toll. That this town can be so alive in the midst of such desolation. I've never worn aught quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to the extra cloth in time. Ephemy. Hi. Ambellina! Gods, I did not expect to meet you strolling about town. The tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Revenant's Toll. 'Tis an honor to receive this uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride. Time to go speak with Alfie. Do 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 do, ba do 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 do. Yes, Ambellina. Ah, Tataru mentioned you were handing out the new uniforms. I assume you've now met the rest of the recruits. Some few answered the call to arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there is much a small cause of elite warriors can achieve. Did I mention I'd thought of a name for the company? 'Tis my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea. The moment of truth draws near, Ambellina. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement. I believe it's voice acted.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready.
There we go.
I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive?
Woo!
Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well?
Why did that sound so... like, it sounded like it had to have been like a later dub.
I wonder, have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans? Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidelin silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
All right. Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. The winds are uncommon fierce this day. There's Ishgard. Is this our first look into Ishgard? Oh, Archbishop Thornton. And La Habrea. And Elidibus. But they don't. Sneaky, sneaky. If I hadn't already run this. This wasn't my third time through the MSQ. All right. Now, let's go do World of Darkness, because then we have done everything that is required for us to be able to finish. We'll come back and talk to everyone after we're able to get in the queue for World of Darkness. Oh, ba do 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 do. Ba do 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 do. Ba do 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 do. Slide through under here. Woo! We'll come down over here. All right, Rambros. And we'll start this over. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, Ambellina, it is good you are come. I have news you must be made aware of. Alas, none of it bodes well for us, nor for Unai, Doga, and Nero, imprisoned in the Dark Realm. Think back upon our last foray into the circus tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from its long slumber and awoke Emperor Zandi. But you, Ambellina, you ensured he was laid to rest permanently. Yet the Emperor had sealed a binding covenant with the terrible void sent known as the Cloud of Darkness. Even as Doga and Unai labored to annul this contract, the entity reached through a rift and dragged the pair of them, and Nero, out of our realm. Since that day, Noah has devoted itself to rescuing Unai, Doga, and Nero from beyond the rift. Our research, however, has exposed a far more dire problem. The Crystal Tower still acts upon Emperor Zandi's orders and collects energy to open another void gate even as we speak. Indeed, the place nigh hums with energy. We have done all we can to stop the Imperial Edict, but to no avail. Just as the gate would open only for Unai and Doga, so too will the tower heed only those with the royal blood of Alleg. 'Tis a most galling design. Granted, this was not always so vexatious, according to the elegant tombstone Nero presented us. During the golden age of Alleg, the royalty had some means of bestowing their blood upon others. They hadn't such a technology, Amon and his underlings could never have controlled the Crystal Tower. But we do not have either this art or any with royal blood. Every moment we wait, a vast rift through which the Cloud of Darkness can enter our realm threatens to open. Such a disaster cannot be allowed to come to pass. We must seal the Crystal Tower and annul Zandi's covenant with the Dark Realm. If only breaking the ladder would suffice, but then what of the energy building in the Crystal Tower? Without suppression, that power could discharge and cause a calamity like to the one that destroyed Alleg. In truth, we have more than just 3 compatriots to worry about. If we do not act, our very world will fall before the might of this threat. We know but one way out of this predicament. Rescue those who can control the tower from beyond the Dark Realm, and seal the rift shut after them. And mercifully, not all our news is quite so bleak. 'Tis true, we cannot stop the Void Gate from manifesting from within the tower, but this can be to our benefit. We can use Circus's power for our own purposes, and create a portal to carry us into the Dark Realm. We have heard this is possible from a man of the Thaumaturgist Guild well versed in otherworldly matters. And with Master Garland working to create said portal, the final preparations are well underway. Ah, and here comes the man himself. Ambellina, just the woman we need. Yes, our fellowship is indeed complete. and all parties privy to our strategy. And you, Master Garland, how fare your endeavors? Quite well. The device is nearly ready. Though attaching the damnable thing to Circus Tower took every ounce of ingenuity the Ironworks has got, but it should produce the energy we need. With just a little more fine-tuning, we can open a rift. I'm here to request your presence at the tower. I'll leave Biggs and Wedge at the 8 Sentinels as guides. And do hurry, Ambellina. I'm sure you wouldn't miss another chance to save the world, would you? Not in the slightest. Well, Sid certainly seems to have a firm hand on the helm. Shall we make our way to the Crystal Tower? Ooh, doo-ba-da-ba-da. Ooh, doo-ba-doo-ba-da. Wait, what does Raha have to say? Time is of the essence, my friend. We must go to the 8 Sentinels. Now we're singing Jurassic Park for some reason. I cannot say. Y'all just ever get that sometimes? Music just gets stuck in your head and you can't help but, yeah, you can't help but. What does Biggs say? Has the chief filled you in on the plan, Ambellina? Opening up that void gate will be a real feat for the Ironworks. But I'm worried about what comes afterwards. I've never heard of anyone going through a rift, let alone coming back. Don't relish the idea of getting stuck there ourselves. Ambellina, I'll bet you're here to watch us pry open a rift between worlds, eh? We're almost ready. Circus Tower is full of engineers scurrying around and making adjustments. We're dealing with a lot of power, and if a single coupling's off, well, boom. But it should be fine, really. Anyway, you'd best wait at the top. The chief's there overseeing the whole operation. Let's open this void gate. Boom. My friends, you've arrived. I'm just waiting for my engineers to give the signal. Then we'll see if we can't open a gateway to another world. Is there something amiss, Graha? Ah, Emperor Zandi's throne. How the mighty have fallen, eh? Once it stood as a symbol of Aleg's art and power. Now it's nothing more than an empty chair. Just imagine if Allegan civilization had lived on, and a just emperor still sat on that throne. How different would our history be? How much further would we have advanced? Unfortunately, there was no stopping Zandi and his ambition. Then, there were those who tried. Zandi's war of dominion left no one unscathed. Unable to abide the horrors inflicted upon the people, warriors young and brave took up the sword against ancient Aleg. These men and women became as beacons of hope to those who had suffered, not unlike the warriors of light in our age. Yet all this merely hastened the destruction. Just as they moved towards Aleg's heart for the kill, Zandi lashed out in anger and frustration as trapped beasts are wont to do. In his desperation, Zandi desired that the Great Rift be opened to hasten the Cloud of Darkness's coming. To this end, he commanded the sun's power held within Dalamud be emptied into the Circus Tower at once. The act bore terrible consequences. The tower only withstood the blast by flooding the land below with energy. Circus was swallowed by the very earth upon which it once stood. The fourth Umbral Calamity. I'd learned of its cause from Unai and Doga. Had no idea the rebellion incited Zandi to rashness, though. Your knowledge of Allegan history is astounding, Graha. Why a man could study for 2 lifetimes and only learn half of what you know? Mayhap. 'Tis strange, though. I cannot seem to remember where I learned such things. Yes. Biggs, are you ready? Ready and raring to open up that void gate, Chief. We reckon when this machine's up and running, she'll be able to float 5 airships the size of the Agrius. So just give us the word and we'll start channeling energy into the tower. Good. Then let's get started. Our preparations are complete. Everyone step away from the throne. All right, let's see what this machine can do. Now, Biggs. Boom. 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 There it is. There's the void gate. Ah, a rift to the world of darkness, as you and I called it. Splendid work, Master Garland. We can't break out the maid just yet. The tough part's still ahead. We've broken into the dark realm, but the gate's not all that stable. It won't stay open forever, and only a few can use it. I, for one, will remain here to ensure the void gate stays open. As will the sons of Saint Koinek. This rift is our sole path to salvation. If it closes, we are all truly lost. Which leaves Ambellina, my friend. It is a heavy burden I must task you with, but there are none more able. Pray lead the adventurers beyond the rift. I do not know what awaits you, save the cloud of darkness and our 3 comrades. But you must go. The fate of our world now rests upon your shoulders. This is our only gambit, but I have every faith you will succeed. It will be no small feat to return after you have passed beyond the rift. Make certain you are prepared before leaving. I am ready. Might I have a moment of your time, Ambellina? There is a matter of import we must needs discuss ere you leave. Let's talk to Graha. Ambellina, I wish to speak to you about my eye. As you are no doubt aware, 'tis a trait only seen among Allegan royalty. Long have I pondered why such is my inheritance. The sanguine hue must have some bearing upon my destiny. This much Doga himself admitted. But what? In truth, the more I learn of the Crystal Tower, the less I am myself. Somehow, meeting those 2 clones has wrought great change in me. I am consumed with remembering something ancient, but ever so important. And my father's words echo in my mind, the selfsame ones his father told him. The truth of our eye rests with Allig. Mayhap what I wish to remember in these words are related, mayhap not, but I know I must learn that truth the history hides from me. I would see this journey, our journey through to the very end with mine own 2 eyes. So I implore you, allow me to join you beyond the rift. You have my thanks, my friend. Now, let us venture into the world of darkness to save our comrades and our realm. World of Darkness, now accessible. The duty finder has been updated with a new regular duty. Alright, let's hop in the queue. Let's clear the striking tree out. Let's go back to Mordona and see if we can talk with all of our friends before the Q pops. And here we go. Weep. Alright, Laurentius. This uniform rather suits me, would you not say? Or perhaps it is I that suits it. After all my transgressions, I am grateful indeed for this chance to start anew. Buscaron, Laurentius shall do you proud. The greater our success, the more our name will grow. The more our name grows, the greater the profits to be had. I can scarcely contain my anticipation for our first mission. You've brought in quite a few new recruits, haven't you? Your reputation extends far beyond Little Amigo, it would seem, and deservedly so. Why, meeting you has given me something to strive for. Remember the name of Wilred. I shall hone both body and mind and do you and my fellow braves proud. The formation of the Crystal Braves has lifted everyone's spirits. My hopes are as high as the next man. We will not know what this company is truly made of till we face our first mission. The freedom of all. For the freedom of all. For the freedom of all. The first few times I said it, I must confess to feeling some embarrassment. But it's starting to grow on me. I am studying Eorzean military drills in the hope that I might better understand this new organization. Oh gods, oh gods, oh gods. I thought I was finished with the roster, but I missed a name and had to start all over. As if I didn't have enough work to do already. The Crystal Braves. 'Tis a most fitting name for a company of champions summoned together by the Mother Crystal. The Mother Crystal, would you not agree? The blue of the uniform represents the crystal's light, pure and unadulterated, a beacon of hope. The crystal sword is the sign of those who would stand strong in the face of danger. Until the day that my Crystal Braves are a guiding light for all of Eorzea, I will not give up the fight. It is always inspiring to speak with a person of vision. If there is aught I might do to be of service to this new company, you know where to find me. Alfino's words were most heart-stirring. Would you not agree? Truth be told, I worry that what I can offer to such a lofty organization, but I will do all in my power to make my fellow braves proud. Come to mention it, the younglings seem to have run off somewhere. I do hope they're not up to any mischief. Anyone with a pair of eyes can see that Thancred is thoroughly besmitten with Higiri. Then again, steadily has never been one of his strengths. Eorzea has asked me to watch over the Doman women, that they do not come to any more suffering than they have already endured. Is there aught I may do to serve you? I stand ever at the ready, for the freedom of all. Papalymo refuses to spar with me. He says he has more important matters to attend to, but I think he's just afraid to lose. Sparring bouts to raise awareness of the Crystal Braves? Intriguing? Though I cannot help but feel there are far more pressing tasks at hand. Perhaps Tataru requires aid in compiling the company roster. Mr. Thancred has taken quite a fancy to Doman cuisine. Several times a day he tells me that one of my dishes is the best he's ever tasted. His praise is most heartening, though I cannot help but feel he has a want for exaggeration. Ever since Higiri started preparing our meals, I swear I've never felt better. They say Doman cuisine is highly nourishing, but I'd sooner attribute it to the loving care she puts into her culinary creations. Oh, hold on, there was more that he had to say. They say the fastest way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and I'm not wont to disagree. Right, what are you four doing back here? Crystal Braves! Why, just saying the name makes me feel strong. I've been thinking of changing the name of our guild to the Doman Braves. How does that sound to you, Miss Ambellina? We hereby name Yozan commander of the Doman Braves. Our Doman Adventurers Guild could use a new name. Say, do you have any ideas? The freedom of all, for the freedom of all, for the freedom of all. It just doesn't sound the same when I say it. Y'shtola and Raoul. Every time I speak to Raoul, I realize how much there is that I do not yet understand about the kobolds. I am fortunate indeed to count a former. Well, we have 2 people left to talk to after we finish this. And whatever quest comes after. Hello, team. Crystal Tower, the world of darkness. We are Alliance C. Which means we are in charge of chains when it comes to, what's it called? The fight against what's-his-bucket. Dang it! There we go! Judging by the fact that only one of those Rams' voices were interrupted, has me concerned. Get out of the level 100 flare. Or at least have an odd amount of people in there for the level 100 flare. This is going to be a run. That is for sure. Okay, so we did at least do that mechanic. Now we fight the five-headed dragon. Alright, someone used Blade Dance. Ooh, out of that, out of that. hearing so many limit breaks going off. And we are Alliance C. No, kill it before I have to jump back up. Let me go here. Now we do the Cerberus fight. Cerberus has broken his chains. Well, no. Ooh. Well, this fight seems to be going a lot better than the other two have. Mapping the realm, world of darkness. Let's see the cloud of darkness. Who disturbs the gloom? Ah, mortals from the realm of light, you have not stumbled here something. I am the cloud of darkness. What I do not smother, I devour. What I cannot devour, I destroy. The covenant is everlasting. All mortals before the flood of darkness will sink lifeless into the void. I was like, she's moved, but I haven't seen her. That means she's got to be at the one spot that I'm not looking. Behind me. I'm not gonna use my burst to try and get her down faster. We're gonna have to do the ad phase. Hey, we got flash banged by a red mage limit break. GG, y'all. And if the person that was being funny the entire time doesn't immediately leave, they can have my commendation. Because they were hilarious. They left. That's why I got everything. Double player commendation though, I'll take it. And it's a lot of stuff to turn into the Grand Company, so. Alright.
Where in the seven hells are they? Without them to stem the energy in the tower, our defeat of the cloud aids our cause little.
Dogai! Una! Can you hear me? Nero!
Must you be so infernally loud? Are you so keen to attract more void scent?
Though I don't blame you for missing my company.
Thank the 12! Are you alright?
As alright as can be expected, Unai has simply passed out.
Nero, by the gods, what's happened to you?
Alas, his wounds were too deep and allowed this foul place entry to his body. Now that darkness claws at the ether of his very form, would that we could have protected him. The cloud of darkness was bound by Zandi's unholy covenant to bring prosperity to Allegan royalty. The same blood that sealed this contract gives us a measure of protection. I say a measure, for this vow does not protect us from other void scent. The cloud imprisoned us here precisely to unleash fiends upon us. We would be dead had Hero not defended us so valiantly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have use for you yet in Eorzea, and simply couldn't let harm befall you here.
Where?
Where?
Unai, you are safe. Our friends have come for us.
Have they? Then perhaps Doga, though there is yet hope we may fulfill our purpose. No, the cloud comes back, as void scent are wont to do.
Mortals, you have dared to challenge me, and now you must feel my wrath.
Did you think to destroy me in my realm? Here I am eternal. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows.
Are we truly so powerless here?
As long as we fight the cloud in this realm, I fear so. And yet, though we may not be able to destroy it, this may be our chance to stop it. If we strike now, whilst the cloud can barely hold her form, mayhap we can sever Zandi's covenant. Yes, and raise the bridge between the Crystal Tower and this foul place once and for all. Ambellina, Graha, you must flee.
You and Doga mean to stay here?
'Tis madness! You must return with us! No one but you can save the world from the threat of the Crystal Tower. "'Tis clearly not true, Graha. What is this trickery? Your blood! You too gain protection from Zandi's blood." Grahatia, you are possessed of royal blood. That is why the royal eye runs in your line. 'Tis a gift you have inherited, Graha. You have been granted authority over the Crystal Tower. I had thought time would consume all of Alleg that was. That a man should still live with his forebears' blood in this age can be no coincidence. Some person must have planted this gift in your line, and used the highest of Allegan technology to do so. True, the Crystal Tower is not like to recognize you as Allegan, not as you are now, but your royal eye bespeaks a simple truth. Within you dwells one feeble glitter that will illuminate all, a light of hope. But how should I use this light? Pray tell me. You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you, Graha. Though its effects will be but ephemeral, it will bolster the Allegan presence within you. This is our gift to you, that you may fulfill your destiny. All with the Royal Eye are bound by fate to Alleg. Our part in this journey is to bury Zandi's dark ambitions in the past. This was the true Unai and Doga's purpose, one we have carried into the future. Know that as long as this light of hope survives in you, our souls will still remain, even if our bodies are lost. Boom, boom. Now both his eyes are red. Look at that. You must leave us as well, Nero. I'm sorry we could not live up to your expectations. I must return to you what is yours, though. You dropped it whilst defending us. What you seek by this instrument may not be possible, Nero, but do not give up. There are many other paths that await you. Of course they do. Dogai, Unai, I thank you. We shall never forget you. Now, Ambellina, Nero, let us quit this place. You shall not escape me, impudent children of light. I think Nero has a run of an Ellison. No, you shall not escape us. Here, Zandy's blood-stained dreams of glory end. There, the glint of light. It grows faint. Then the bridge between realms grows fragile by the Covenant's annulment. If that light dies, we are stranded here. Hurry! Oh, Nero. Nero, no! You must move! Leave me! I don't need you. If I die here, it'll be because I bloody well decided to. I failed to master darkness. I'll not suffer watching a green boy master the tower. Do what you will with it. But remember me, son of Alig. I am Nero Tol Scavia. The man who will yet outdo Alig and Garland. That was what you hoped to? May the Crystal Tower again be a beacon of hope for mankind. Go, damn you! Oh no, we've left Nero behind. Must move onwards. This is not where I come to rest. But how did? So those damn clones did it after all. Now, onwards. Ah! If I remember correctly, a hand does reach out and grab him. You owe me, Nero. The hells I do. You do, actually. It's true. Sorry, bud. We're just staring up into space, huh? You're returned unharmed. Thank the gods. And that void gate started to close. I had never felt so powerless in all my life. We were running about like madmen trying to keep the gate open, and then the chief actually went and dived in. But if you're all set,
Well, where are Unai and Doga? They're not. They stayed behind to fulfill their destiny. I see. I will miss the two of them dearly, but I am happy they fulfilled their purpose. We who live on must still attend to the Crystal Tower, but we now have no one able to seal it. It is not true, my friend. Unai and Doga have entrusted me with their blood. I can now control the Crystal Tower. Graha! Yes, I can see it in your eyes. Good. Then let us put an end to this and seal away the tower. I understand your instinct, Rambers, but please, give us a moment to rest. I am weary to the bone, and Nero and Ambellina are both emerged from long battle. Of course, you have the right of it. Come, we shall leave this place for a spell and repair to Saint Koinak's find. Meow, 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 meow. No one but you could have succeeded in the world of darkness, Ambellina. Would that I could have gone and been of more use beyond the rift. As it stands, I was but a vessel for Doga's and Unai's blood. Huh? Have I remembered what I wished to? Yes, something has come back to me. Gaining royal blood and witnessing true bravery has reminded me of my forebear's dearest wish. But we need not speak of these things now. It was not my place to keep you. Pray go on ahead of me. There is something small I would do before I return. I could not have asked for a better comrade. Only I could have been a part of your adventures for longer, Ambellina. Alas, fate dictates I have a different role to play. A wish hidden for millennia and brought to light by the good people of Noah. Now, finally, 'tis my time to see it realized. Back to St. Koinak's find. We got so much stuff. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna discard these. Because I don't care to have them. Oh, I can't do it because I keep walking. Now I'm pretty sure after we turn this quest in, we have like one more to like tie everything together, maybe? I cannot express how glad I am you returned safely, Ambellina, and with the means to dispel the threat of the Crystal Tower for good. Rest if you will, and then let us free ourselves from the specter of the Alligans. Yep, the light of hope. With a look of, I trust you have rested, my friend. Good. I wish to seal the tower now, but there is something we must do first. Let me summon the others and hear in full what happened beyond the rift. So the Alligan eye that runs in Graha's line does mean that royal blood flows in his veins. I suppose it is not so odd to think his forebears gained it via ancient technology, but who imbued his family with the blood? For what purpose? Mayhap all this was fate, from discovering the tower to Graha gaining Unai and Doga's blood. Has Graha said anything? For that matter, where is Graha? And what of Nero? Not sure about our resident historian, but Nero left the tower with me. Where he's vanished to since, I cannot say. But knowing him as I do, I don't believe he'll scheme against us for the time being. Though he is still Nero. Whoopsie. Ambellina, you say Graha stayed behind at the Crystal Tower. Wonder if even now if he even now prepares to seal the place off. Master Rambros! Master Rambros! 'Tis Graha, sir. He came into the Crystal Tower and began ordering researchers out. What? Why would he do such a thing? I do not know, sir, but he was quite insistent. He all but bodily forced me out of the gates. I suppose it's possible he told one of the others, but I wasted no time in finding out. I thought it best to hasten here and ask your guidance. Very well. Let us go and speak with these researchers and get to the bottom of this queer business. Master Garland, Ambellina, please come with me. No doubt Graha means to seal off the Crystal Tower, but it worries me that he did not breathe a word of his plan to us. Hold on. I don't want to have to do battle. Son of Saint Koinak. What in the world was Grahatia thinking, demanding we leave the tower? No doubt you want to know why. I wish I knew that myself. Of course, he would tell me nothing. But he will be honest with you, miss. I am certain of it. Yeah, and his thing is he's going to lock himself in, and then he becomes the Crystal Exarch and Shadowbringers. Go no further, my friends. The doors will close ere long. So you are of a mind to seal the tower, Graha? I know time is of the essence, but all I ask is a hint of your plan. Please come here so we can discuss this. No. My apologies, but I cannot. Come, man, what is this nonsense? If aught is amiss, surely we can help. Not this time, my friend. Just as Unai and Doga fulfilled their destiny, so too must I fulfill mine. My blood has awakened me to this fact. As my father told me, the truth has always lain with Alec. Or rather, 'twas there the wish I must grant was born. You see, not all the world perished in Zandi's calamity. Survivors stood amidst the ruins of Alec, looking to the Crystal Tower, but it was nowhere to be seen. Yet they hoped its spires would again dominate the land, and prayed that the Crystal Tower would be a beacon of hope to people everywhere. Word of this soon reached the only member of Alec's royalty to outlive the Empire, the Princess Selena. Selena was moved by the people's dearest wish. She used the very best of Alec's technology to give her blood and memories to he whom she trusted most. That man was my forebearer. For millennia we waited. Alec's art and ingenuity faded. Our royal blood grew thin, but before the last drop could vanish from the realm, the memory of all this returned to me. And now I must fulfill the wish of the ancients. The tower will shine forth as a new beacon of hope. Graha, the Crystal Tower's strength poses too great a threat to Eorzea now. We would need technology as advanced as Alec's to use it correctly. As things stand, we barely understand the tower's workings. Hells, we may never fully comprehend them. 'Tis as you say, Sid. We could wait for someone someday to reach the same height as Alec. but by then we will have lost the royal blood and the means to control the tower. But what if I do as Amon did, and put the tower into a deep sleep? What? You cannot mean that. I am deadly serious, Sid. The tower may only be used once men rival the Alligans in knowledge. I will slumber within Circus Tower until then, to greet those with the means to open the gates. Then I will guide them, and thus will the tower shine forth as the beacon of hope it was meant to be. 'Tis the only way to make the wishes of the ancients come true. The future is where my destiny awaits, but yours lies outside of these doors. Go, create a future where hope reigns, and the tragedies of the past are but memories. No one but you can accomplish such things. Nothing we say will make you change your mind, will it? Onwards to a brighter future. It won't be easy, of course, but that's exactly why we'll do it. We'll catch up with Alec, just you wait. We'll cover all that lost ground before you even know it. Well said, Wedge. It'll only be a few years before we come knocking, Graha. Then you're in for a rude awakening. Shall we witness to Noah's accomplishments? Pray keep alive our successes and forgive us our failures. And may we meet again, my friend. The 12 keep you till then, Rambros. Look forward to learning of your exploits. And you, Ambellina, I know history will remember you. No doubt your heroism will be the star by which I chart my course when I awake. Well, now I must rest. Recalling so much has put me in the mood for sleep. Farewell, my friends. I eagerly await a future born of your courage and the ancients' wish. Unfortunately, Graha, the future you wake up to is bleak, which is why we send you to the first in the Crystal Tower as the Crystal Exarch, so that you can hopefully prevent the calamity from happening. Now, we are almost officially done with the Crystal Tower. We just have to go talk to Rambros, I think, after this cutscene's over. Crystal Tower slumbers again, then. 'Tis too quiet for my taste. Goodbye, Sid. I must put all this at my back. Possibility beckons, and I am bound to follow. A new dawn has come for me. It's getting some kind of readings down there. Of course not. Why would you take me back? Blue. 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 Nope. Leave to the 8 Sentinels. Yes. No.
Why do they gotta be so annoying? I kind of wish they would move these enemies. Because it is annoying to come out of there and immediately be met with that. You've just missed Sid, Ambellina. There is much that needs his attention if he is to fulfill G'raha's wishes, it seems. But this is not the end of Noah, no matter how lonely St. Quenix's find has become for our friend's departure. We must all walk in different directions now. Remember that we labor for a brighter future. Lit by G'raha's beacon, sealing the Crystal Tower was but the first step. Farewell, my friend. May our paths cross again. This concludes the Crystal Tower series. Rest well, champion, for the main scenario and many other adventures await you. Alright. Now let's go talk to Y'shtola and Ryol real quick, and then we'll finish this video up. And then I will immediately start to upload it to YouTube. I don't need the Allegan Catalyst, though. Bum 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 ba da da ba da. Bum 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 ba da ba dee dum. Doo 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 ba doo doo ba dee ba doo. Oh, we didn't speak to Hozon either. I hear a new company has been formed. I would be of service in whatever humble way I can. Every time I speak to Ryol, I realize how much there is that I do not yet understand about the kobolds. I am fortunate indeed to count a former member of the Company of Heroes as friend and confidant. Seeing this last sure brings back memories. I was just sharing a couple of juicy secrets with her. Well, that's easy enough. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching, YouTube. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe down below, and that you can catch me live on Twitch, where I am trying to get back into streaming on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, starting between 9 and 10 a.m. Pacific time. I love you, YouTube, and I will see you around.